Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be continuing our game dev project today. We're going to see if we can get an alternate rendering solution and collision going again. Collision being the biggest target, but I want to see if a render server based solution will still get us the same performance while allowing us to be more flexible sprite by sprite. We'll find out. Before we get too much further into that, though, let's check in with the cats. Sammy is currently on my lap, being incredibly indecisive as per usual. Sky is having bath time up in the cat tree. Ember is in her spot across from my keyboard. And let's see, we have Mason on the bed on the gray comforter there. And I think Sherbet might be in the cat tree by the window. Let's zoom in and find out. Button. Zoom and enhance. Yep, that's Sherbet. He is stealthy when he's in there. The white of his fur lines up pretty well with the off-white on the cat tree there. How about that one? Okay, let's zoom in just a little bit further here. We're going to get to this one. But first, I want to get some layered wrapper objects, because I want to avoid as many let's iterate over all the entities as I can, because we do get up to a lot of them. A lot of them. Hey there, Crush. Welcome to the broadcast. We're just getting started here. This is kind of where we were last time, just demonstrating the entity logic, what is eventually going to be things like the bullet logic in this game. Today, we're going to be working on an alternate way to draw these. One thing that you might be able to see is that newer projectiles go on top of all of the other ones just by the nature of using the mesh renderer. And we've also got sort of a precedence based on the order that the mesh renderers handle the textures. I'd like it to be Y order, but I don't think we can really do that with the renders because of each of them handling it individually. So we're going to try canvas render again, and we'll get there. We'll see. But yeah, we've got various spiraling patterns. It follows the mouse cursor. We've got a lot of logic in place for each of these to demonstrate that we've got 15,000 objects on the screen doing a lot of different behaviors each. We don't need 15,000. We want to tighten the game logic so that we don't get this much on the screen at once. But this gives us some room to wiggle in case we have a visually better solution or similar, but that it's a little pricier performance-wise. Hey there, Benny. Welcome to the broadcast. And hey, Skylar. Welcome back. If it seems like I'm talking to somebody you can't see, I am broadcasting to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. My primary channel is on YouTube. But, Twitch too. Okay. So before we get into the actual render and similar, we're going to make some wrapper objects for collision shapes and canvases for the entities. So we're going to do... That was weird. Maybe I entered the wrong thing. Oh, man. Yeah, Mason is snoozing away on the bed there. Every now and then, the IntelliSense is anti-helpful. Decided to eat the last two of these when it made this. How strange. Alright, so we need a RID. This will be our canvas here. Then we need a couple of events for this. Been a bit since I've made these in C#, so bear with me as I flail. So what's going to happen here is we're going to create one of these entities, this entity canvas. We're going to pass in the entity that it will be for in order to get it. And that will make it so that we can subscribe to events from that entity and then relay another event. So we are going to have what amounts to a remove me event. We'll figure that out. Ezio, we are working on a Survivor-style game. I am relearning C# during the process, and also learning Godot during the process. So the primary gimmick of this is that instead of fixed weapons and fixed upgrades, and instead of using just raw, like, hits harder kind of upgrades, we're doing something akin to Noida and other code-like weapon builders. Every one of these projectiles has a sequence of kind of actions that it takes, and we composite those into a series of behaviors that either happen in a smooth combination or as a sequence based on things like time triggers. So with these, we have them spreading out in a star pattern for about 3 seconds, and then they start spiraling out. And then they will start spiraling in towards the cursor. So we can see if I move the mouse around, they kind of twist around. The goal is going to be to create a whole bunch of these options, and whenever the player would be presented with an upgrade, is to give them one of those to slot into one of their weapons, change its behavior, and additionally improve it in some other way. So, right now, I need to make a series of events off of this object so that I can get it to act as like a relay. This is going to be a wrapper entity that will serve as the thing that renders the thing that the graphics side will use to render it. I'm trying to make an alternative to the the multi-mesh that I'm currently using. The multi-mesh isn't really, without doing some additional sorting that I'd like to avoid on the entities, isn't really allowing me to cleanly present them on the screen. Now, it might be that I just don't know a way to work with the multi-mesh that would make this clean. But I'd like to do things like Y sorting and not have to have a multi-mesh for every texture. Let's see. What do we got to do for this? All right. And okay. Again, there's going to be some delays as I relearn some stuff. Oof, that's a long class name. Long class name. Cough, excuse me. That's that working right. Hey there, Maeve. Let's see here. Okay. Just looking up some kind of instructions here. Generally not to private messages or friend requests, Maeve. Usually not private messages, friend requests, or solicitation. Happy to have conversations on the Discord server, that kind of thing, but otherwise, not that. This should be all we really care about with the event args here. Then the entity canvas is going to subscribe to 2 messages from the entity. Is welcome back, Ezio. So this is a message that the entity canvas will emit when it is supposed to go away. The canvas render will subsequently remove it from its list. Pull that particular canvas from its rendering set. The entity canvas is going to look for 2 events from the entity that it is the kind of the visual aspect of. It's going to look for that entity updating its position, and it's going to look for that entity being removed. If the entity is being removed, then the canvas will correspondingly remove itself. These behaviors, gates. There is like a little helper tool for doing that, but I've had some problems where it sort of mangles the readability of the class. Yeah, event args is the common abbreviation of that, but I do like to go by full verbose. So there isn't any sort of inside baseball terminology going on. Like, you need to have contextual knowledge of things like what is an entity, but if I mean arguments, I should say arguments. Just like position instead of pos. At the moment, we're setting up events on our entity object. Well, we're creating the arguments on the entity object to say this entity is going away. It is being removed, and it will carry a reference to itself when it emits that event. It's trying to be helpful. Could just have the vector here. Yeah. Come on now. A little bit of app latency here, I guess. Okay. So when we create these, we're going to pass in the relevant elements. The entity canvas is going to subscribe to the corresponding events here. And it will just update itself accordingly. What? I think we should just pass the entity here. We're going to have several arguments that the entity canvas is going to need to extract based on the behaviors of that particular entity's rendering pattern. So if it is a rotate to face kind of entity, most of the projectiles will often be rotate to face. Then it would need to know the direction of that entity. So we are just going to have no worries. Like I said, I'm relearning a great deal of this as we go. Like, I used to dabble in C#, and then I did not touch it for quite a while. Programmed professionally in some other languages for a bit. Very different language patterns. And then we started this project 81 streams ago at this point. with GD script. And we hit performance barriers as far as running this. So we have switched over to C#. This is not great, but since it's internal to these arguments, I'm not worried about this and this argument's dot entity. Do public event at args. Oh, event handler. This one will be position. No. First one is remove entity. Canvas. Whoops. Already had that one right there. Didn't need to do it that way. Okay. Then this will take an entity. We're trying to be as clean as possible with this. So this is the master canvas. It is possible later that I'm going to try to use multi-layered sprites. So this canvas might be like a canvas with canvases in it, potentially. We'll see. At the moment, I'm only planning to have single entity sprites. There's not really any cases that I can think of for our first iteration of the game that would need multi-part. Even later integrations. Multi-part would be things like, a tank with an independent moving turret. So the sprite for the body would be going one way, the turret could be going another way. We don't really have that in this case. It would all be fixed stuff. So it has a position. As a Rotate. Rotate. So rotate to face is if the visuals of the entity should be pointed at the direction that it's going in. So we're going to extract position and facing from the entity and our rotate to face. We also need whatever texture wrapper we have. We really need the full wrapper. I think we should have the full wrapper, yeah. This will give us the texture that we're rendering to the canvas. It'll get us where to put the canvas and whether we're using the facing to flip the canvas left or right, or if we're using the facing to pivot the canvas. Okay. Okay. So when this happens, we ultimately are just going to we should trigger the removal of this canvas. Hopefully we can do that entirely from here. We may need... I think we're ultimately just going to need to do this. It's supposed to be this. Capitalize though. This. line break that for legibility. So this is just a relay. The canvas renderer is going to pay attention to this on each one of them. Entity dot plus oh. It's an entity, and it is that. It's not quite right. 1 second. Need to step away for just a moment. I will be right back. And we're back. Okay, I had this right. Should be right, though. Oh. Oobleck. Okay. This is one of those places that, like I've mentioned, these tools are where AI, I think, really shines. There's a lot of folks trying to use it for other things that are questionable or overhyped, but I think I've referred to it as like clippy but good. Essentially a personal assistant that will suggest things to you. And those suggestions can be snippets of code. They can be completing a sentence for you, asking questions about what you're trying to do so that you might course correct. You know, do you mean this email to sound hostile? Because it sounds kind of hostile. Target direction isn't really accurate. Per my previous email is... Oh, that is absolutely code. That is absolutely code. That is... It's the equivalent of saying, because you apparently can't read. No, we don't need that. You know, thinking on it, I actually want the entity to say specifically, this is the position, this is the facing. Right there. That pattern right there where I said, oh, where it's, I've got these two variables that match the typing here. So maybe that's what I mean. And it will offer that suggestion. That's great. Super helpful. It's the entity saying remove itself. This is the entity saying this is where the position is. Okay. Finger. This is all it does. It just says, hey, my position has been updated. Actually, yeah. We would then need to set the canvas's position based on that. I mean, ultimately, we would just set the canvas's position. We'll keep these for now. Okay, so we subscribe to those two events when we are given an entity. And the entity manager is going to emit a message when it adds a new entity. The canvas manager is going to listen for that event on the entity manager, and it's going to grab that entity and say, I will add this. Yeah, that sounds about right. I was once put in charge of a meeting that had an absurd number of, let's say, very expensive employees involved in it. And it was previously set up to happen once a week, and it was like a 2 to 3 hour block of their time. And very often what would happen is that they'd start the meeting and they would have nothing on the agenda, and people would just arbitrarily suggest things, or the things on the agenda were effectively, this is just somebody saying that this new policy is in place. There are no questions. It's just true. So a huge part of my role was responding to people with agenda items and saying, so you're just giving them a slide deck and telling them, here's some info. So here's the email list. Send the slide deck around. We don't need to meet for that. There was no food at all. It was just a giant conference room. I went out of my way to cancel that meeting as often as possible because it was an absurd waste of money if I didn't, and there wasn't enough happening. Okay, so over in Entity Manager land, yeah, sure, whatever. Just going to switch this all the way up here. Get rid of that so that we're only editing the one. That was just for testing purposes. We're still going to use accumulated delta for our test. But we now need to add an event. Whoop. Why does it need to be partial? Well, Entity Manager doesn't do that. It doesn't create the event. It consumes the event. It is add entity that it's going to do. Entity added. No, add entity. Okay, yeah. Really should use this more often, since we have a class name there. Huh. I'd have to look up that pattern and figure out what we're dealing with there. Anywho. Okay. Then we're going to have a handler for removing the entity. Oh, oh, naming conflict. Oh. The entity comes into existence here. Wait a minute. We're actually going to raise this beforehand. No, that's not really safe. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I'm missing something. Why does it want to indent again? It's weird. I feel like I'm missing something that it's looking at that and saying that it should be invent. Okay, there's a missing closure there. Well, this I understand. Yeah. There was a missing close bracket. Sure, whatever. Almost certainly Visual Studio trying to be helpful again. Okay, we add it, erase the event. Now we also need an on remove entity. But should the entity be raising this? So right now the entity would be raising this. So we're getting the entity whenever we do that. No, this is for a specific entity. The event manager doesn't subscribe to entity removed. It is going to be the one that removes the entity. Can I invoke it from here, or do I have to... Okay, I think I need to... This, comma... Okay, so if the entity manager is told to remove one, then entities gets pulled out of the entities collection, and then we raise the event on this entity that tells everybody that cares about it to also take action. So things like the entity canvas is going to get on remove entity here, which it will relay up. For the most part, we just need to deal with that. Similarly, we need to configure it based on the entity here, so... This texture wrapper equal to catalog dot texture dot texture key. We need the initial facing. Well, we'll get the initial facing when it moves. Until it does its first move, we don't have an initial facing. Which should be okay. Like, at most, a 30th of a frame will pass when it doesn't have a facing. It's actually texture wrapper, isn't it? Yeah. We don't actually need rotate to face here. That's in the texture wrapper. Like, the wind-up mouse is always a rotate to face. The sprite is not a left-right sprite. It's a point in a direction sprite. And the reason that we're going to explicitly take the facing is that longer term, like short term, this is going to be passed in at the end of act. So the entity will raise its position updated at the end of it taking an action. So the proposed movement will become its facing. Yeah. But how will we... We need to handle an event for updating them. I'm okay in general with 2 loops. This way, we only have... All we're going to do is iterate over all of the canvases that we have, and we're going to trigger the draw on them. There's add texture rectangle. Oh. We might be able to still use our multi-mesh logic. Well, the multi-mesh part of the multi-mesh logic. What is it? Oh. Once again, Visual Studio was trying to be helpful. That's where the error was coming in, is this closure here went missing, probably during the creation of this. So now, if we go back into Mesh Render, everything is fine. So when we create it, yeah, we make a multi-mesh here. No, we don't want one that has an instance count here. This is what we'd want. Where it's asking for a... just a mesh. No, there's add mesh. So we have a canvas in a mesh, and the mesh could be and no, this wants to be part of a multi-mesh. We could just get the RID. Would this work? It'll be interesting to try. It'll be interesting to try. Because setting up the mesh means we can still use our shader to handle the texture. Using the texture wrapper, we set up the mesh to have all of the dimensions we want. So let's look at that again. Yeah, we set the quad mesh to have the corresponding size. But it's the instance that has the material. Hey there, Ezra. we are setting up our alternate rendering system. So right now we're using a multi-mesh instance for each different texture we have. Okay, this has to be an object. There's a pattern for this. How can someone become a good coder? Practice. Just practice. Just try to make things. Even if it's small things, even if it's simple things, set out and do it. You may fail at it initially. It may be difficult initially, but there are materials everywhere for you to reference and practice. There's a pattern for this. There was a pattern for this that it tried to give me. And what I want is this. Not necessarily every day, but frequently. No, it could start as just a hobby. Set aside a little time now and then and work on a project. If you're just getting started, you start with like your Hello Worlds and the like, and then move on to other simple projects. Even like Godot, the game engine that we're coding in here, has a lot of examples for, hey, learn to do this simple project. And doing that can teach you stuff. If you keep doing that often enough, then eventually some of those things will stick. And you'll build on it and build on it. Yeah. Once you've got the basics, once you can do stuff with it, then you decide, have you learned enough? Can you do what you wanted to do with it? Or do you want to try to do more? Okay. It's not any more complex to that. Oh. Here we go. Why you no work? Oh. Hey, look at this. Okay. Follow a pattern that I found. It makes some sense. Okay, double checking. There we go. What? But by nature of calling that. Yeah? Oh. No. Okay, the event is null. But well, taking a quick break. I do need to look this up and figure out what I'm missing. So I'm going to do my periodic break and look that up real quick. All right, I'm back. Let's see. What am I doing wrong in this pattern? We're doing that, aren't we? We have find an event, and then we call invoke on it. Doing some quick reading. Closed one of my windows accidentally here. This can help me make sure I'm not missing anything. What's a different pattern there? Oh. Oh. I see. Okay. I think there are different ways that we could define it. So right now we are using a... we're setting that up. We don't have like a delegate in place, and I think we could have that instead of these event arguments. So we could essentially have a entity added event delegate. Do we still have that? Yeah. Sure, we've got this right. Okay. Okay, and then instead of that, we could have that this is a entity added event. Like that. And this is it has to be not null. I just need to learn that symbol. Learn the usage of that symbol. Okay, we should do that in other places as well. So that's the entity added event. Nothing consumes that yet. So in Canvas, delegate void remove entity. Yeah. Just so. Then if we have events, call it. Then in entity, we have a remove entity event. Void remove entity event, which takes an entity. Get rid of you, which will create some errors. We have a public delegate need Voti. Isn't a vote wasn't Voti sounds like a type of priest. I can't remember if that's accurate. I thought it was some sort of like holy person. Can't remember in what context. It's present. Call it with this. Position, vector 2, facing. Facing. All right, we're learning. We're learning. We're doing stuff. We are still functional. All right, so what this allows us to do is to have an entity that is going to react to the entity manager's entity added event. And when it does, it's going to create canvas entities. Mesh render extends node 2D. Canvas render should extend node 2D. Because it extends it. Okay. Learning of the conventions. Canvas render doesn't care about the order of the entities because they shouldn't matter. All it's going to do is iterate over all of them and draw them, or cause them to be drawn. Hash set entity canvas. Canvases. Ooh, entity canvas, entity. Public void on entity removed. Yeah, right there. That is excellent. AI will not replace your job as a coder because you need to decide that that's what you actually mean. But it's fantastic that AI can make that suggestion. Oh, no, it's not on entity removed. It's on entity canvas. What's it called? Remove entity canvas. Is, let's see. Canvas, entity canvas. New. This equals okay, so whenever we add one, we pop it into the hash set, and then we subscribe to the event. When that entity gets removed, that entity canvas gets removed, and when that entity canvas gets removed, we pull it out of the collection. We desubscribe to it here. Entity position updated. We subscribe to that. So we don't want to get these updates anymore because we're removing it. And then we tell everything else, get rid of this. You. Then in game, override on exit tree. We don't want to iterate over this, so we're going to have to do some song and dance. That's not what we want to do. For each entity and entities, we're going to have a queue of entity call this entities to clear. Because we don't want to be iterating over, this could just be a list. We don't want to remove from this collection while we are iterating over it. Then we empty it. Actually, we can... You don't really need to empty it. It will be emptied in this process here. We're doing this twofold because I want to test that process. So then in game, do entity manager, clear entities. So when game shuts down, when we press escape here, that should trigger that code. And I don't see any errors or warnings, so it definitely worked properly, 100%. Yeah. First time, no errors, hooray. Okay, so this same pattern that we're generally doing will work for collision as well. So now we're going to put a canvas renderer into existence in it. So just a second here. It's not behaving. That's why it's not behaving. Do. Come on now, program, you can do it. Every now and then the stream buttons malfunction. There we go. Hey there, Hakimi. Welcome to the broadcast. Just adding another program here so that we can make another change. Loading. We're working on our game. So right now we have a mesh renderer. What we're going to do is we're going to add a child node, and this is going to be a node 2D. A script. It's going to be an existing script. That one here. Well, I appreciate it, Hakimi. Oh, we got 3 kitties on camera. Okay, so now a canvas renderer exists. Did not explode. Hooray! We have a lot of lingering references in our Godot project. Oh, wow. I have been trying to start a little earlier for some folks. We get folks into the stream from all over. Normally I start at 4 p.m. US Central. That's the latest I try to start. And for some of the viewers, it's about midnight for them or so. I can't recall anybody being it being that early for them. Okay. So we create a new entity canvas from that. We should be doing this free. Wow. So one of the interesting things about streaming is you get to meet folks from everywhere. So we create the canvas and we free the canvas. No error output. One can hope, Hakimi, one can hope. Again, ideally, I could just attach a shader to it. All kinds of problems with applications going non-responsive. Come on now. Why you doing this? It's still going. Couple of instances of Chrome misbehaving. I once looked into customizing a Chromium browser, but boy, that's an endeavor. That's not good. Trying to fix. Okay. Some of the Chrome browsers I was using for reference were going haywire. So I'm in the process of restoring all of that mess. Hey there, Laura. How's it going? I see you have been exploring stuff in that Axion tower defense or whatever. Okay, I was looking at a thing. Ah. It's using servers. No, it was just Chrome misbehaving. I suspect one of the web pages kind of went out of control. Looking to see... I'm looking to see if we can use the shader with our canvas here. I think we can. Okay. So what we're trying to do here is when we're setting this up, I want to create a new material and assign a shader to it. Create that resource ID. Now, I don't know if this is going to create a problem for us. I might have to store off material as an RID so that I don't have a resource leak here. But for the short term, shader. That's weird. Create a shader. So this might be something that I need to abstract out, that the shader, there's only a few of the shaders, so I can probably clean that up. Hello, Colin. Welcome. is it hiding? Rendering shaders. It's odd. Why can it not see shaders? Oh, because it's a Godot shader. Doesn't recognize it. You... Does this explode? Okay. I need a cleaner thing for that. I think it needs to be this. We'll see if it can find it, you know? So this should be material, shader. Canvas. Canvas set. So shader should not be for each one. That is going to be an issue almost certainly. But, you know. In theory, these are all private, but for the time being. I don't know if this will actually be necessary since I'm freeing each one, but we're kind of about to find out. Okay, in theory, everything is still fine. This item. Also going to need to set shader values on the thing, but texture rectangle. wrapper. Get ID. Okay, so the rectangle is going to be zero, comma, picture wrapper. Server dot set parent. This dot get HD canvas. Okay, entity canvas is taking a entity as its initial parameter, but it should also take a canvas renderer as a param, and then in the canvas renderer, do this. Because that creates the parent object. Why does the node 2D not have an RID? Get canvas. So we're setting this as a child of that canvas item. So then in Canvas Renderer, we'll have public override void vowed void process each canvas in entity canvases canvas.draw this in delta. Okay, it's really faint. It's really faint. But if you look closely, you can see right here there's a bunch of specks. That is the texture that we're drawing. So if I go into the Godot side and I hide our mesh renderer, right there, that's what's being drawn. Its transform isn't changing, and it's not scaled. So we go rendering server dot canvas item. Indeed, progress. Okay, but this also tells us that the shader is not really working at the moment. We might have to mess with that noticeably more in a moment. So this is canvas item. This is the one we want. No rotation. Position. Okay, it's scaled appropriately, but its position is not updating, and that's because we're never updating the position. Right here. Movement normalized. I mean, just use proposed movement. We don't need to waste the CPU there. technically progress. Technically progress. Now we need to figure out why they're not rendering. I'm sorry, why they're not obeying the shader. Called mesh renderer. Is a shader. Okay, we can do the same thing here. Just so. Now, go into the Godot side. And right now, mesh render is its own thing. Game rendering canvas. So then we go to a canvas renderer. Just so. So now we have shader. Go here. So now, instead of creating a shader in each canvas item, we're going to have public that, and then we go into entity canvas. We are going to keep the shader to Okay. We're just going to roll with it for now. Go quickly. All right, we're missing something here. Shader is an RID. Yeah, sure, whatever. Suddenly it's working. Okay, well. So if I go back to this, well, quote unquote, working. It's not airing out. So this is not loading properly. So this is the code not loading here. If we do it this way, it seems to function for that. So then on each draw, so in Mesh Renderer, so looking at the Mesh Renderer currently, we set the instance count. Slightly off, but we are getting there. So if we look at our G-shader code here, it's a canvas item shader. Take our texture. Animation and animations need to get set. Where were we doing that? Okay, we set shader parameters for each one. I wonder if we're still already causing problems. A new material, we set the shader. Then we need to set shader parameters. Create the shader, we set the material, do rendering server. material set. Shader set. Where do we put that? I think this. Canvas that we do that. Okay. Shun. Just 0. Aha. I mean, we have to change something here. 1 second. I think I know what it is. Float of capture wrapper.rotate to face, then what did we do here? There was a thing that I had to do to keep it from rendering upside down. Trying to recall what it was. I think it might have been that there is a transform that is different for it. Ember. Yeah, I know. All right, 1 second. Be right back. And we're back. Beverage. This was a problem before, and I can't remember how I solved it. Additionally, we can see them all animating in the exact same way, and I think that's because the shader is the same thing. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Oof. Oof. Hello, DN Wolf. Welcome. Ember. Time does pass. Shader. Well, we're making tangible progress here. Just for science to make sure. We are going to go into our game. Oops, not that one. Go into our game scene, and we're going to remove the mesh renderer. I want to verify that we don't suffer any performance hit any differently here. And as such, I want to speed up that test. Five, 125. Yeah, that'll be good. Lerp. Big performance hit. Okay. Oh, that means I don't know if worth. Now, it could be that we're doing excessive needless operations. No, that's almost immediately. Ma'am. 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 Okay, we knew this was a possibility, though. We absolutely knew this was a possibility. And that's why we were doing this today. Let's remove the canvas manager. No, no. We have to make sure that... There we go. So this is with a mesh manager. So we have 15,000 things. We're waiting for them to come back around. Here they come. So it's distinctly possible that there's more I can do here. Let me check something. All right, let's test something. So we're messing around with individual canvas items here. So instead, we have the parent canvas item. So we are going to comment all of this. To that. Get the parent canvas item. Not doing anything with the shader. Or that. And then in Canvas Renderer, we're just going to test this side of it. It's going to take us just a moment. anything I can cull out of this to ensure we aren't wasting extra time. Checking a method here. Looking at something that somebody has set up that checking some things here real quick. Makes sense. All right, we'll do one more try with this. And if it fail, then it fail. That's even worse. All right, well, that was a failure. But that's okay. We have scienced. So with mesh renderer, then, there are two things that I want to accomplish. I want to get Y order sorting, and I want to get different textures inside of it. If I create, if the mesh size is as big as a texture can be. So if, for example, nothing can be bigger than a 32 by 32, then I could potentially pass textures in as a parameter, and instead of using the mesh's texture, we use whatever we want. That could hypothetically work. So we will scour out the canvas stuff shortly. Because I want to keep all those events and whatnot in place. So we have our meshes, we have our shader materials. Iterating over all of the entities. We get an entity, we add it to the list. So what if this was instead a different type of list? It's going to sort on so it's going to be a float for the Y value. And it's going to be an entity. See, sorted list. Come on now. Capacity, which we don't care about. Might be the comparator that we're having problems with, but all right, so let's run through this part. Should have some entity lists. That's our entity. Hash set enumerator. Here's our entity list. Okay, we're going to run to here. We have added a blob. So we'll count as 1. Oh. This is the problem. Because it is not index I bet. Yes, okay. This was for list. It's not index I. We have a sorted order of floats. Let's just make sure that it doesn't choke on the raw processing here. Okay. So we need the I. an I enumerator key value pair float entity sorted list. Yeah. Well, real choppy. Plus plus. Now what's going wrong? Okay. only ever doing it once. Why would that happen? This should be happening, like, constantly. Yep, we have Mason, Sherbet, and Sammy are visible there. Let's see if we can get all 5. And hello, Nicola. Yeah, we got all 5. Sky is up in the tree. Ember is in her spot across from the keyboard. And then Mason, Sherbet, and Sammy are all on the bed. Why is... okay. For entity lists. Oh. That's... that's not right. Oh, entities. None. There are now 450. How are we not... are we not getting to here? Hey. How can we not get to this bit of code? Like, we never reach this bit of code. Populated the entity lists. Wait. Was... Yep. Well, we tried a new rendering method, Tass, and it is, seemingly working out. It was too slow. So now we're back to trying to iterate over this, but we shouldn't be able to get to it again if this is an infinite loop, though. Because this part didn't change. So the problem we're facing is we can't seem to reach this. It doesn't air out, it doesn't spin. Like, we are choking a bit, though. Pause. This is lower than it previously has been. I don't think it is an infinite loop, is the thing. It's that we no longer reach this. So we have our 4 mesh keys, and we have prepped a dictionary for sorted lists in entity lists, which is currently empty because we haven't populated it. We're going to run through this real quick here. And we hit here. So our entity lists, dictionary of sorted lists, is now populated. There's nothing in the lists, but all 4 of them are there. So we hop along to here. We have our enumerator. Entity manager, entities. There are 450 things in this collection. We get our current one. We have an entity. We got our little blob buddy here. So this is going to iterate over that enumerator. We have a different position one. Different position. So each time we're on index 3 out of 450. Hey, Lunar. And then, since these are all blobs, it's entity lists. We have 2 of them populated. So we have their Y index here. So they are getting loaded. So that's gonna spin for a while. And then it pop out. We don't get any errors. It just never seems to get here. Good call. There we go. Thank you. Okay. We need something equivalent to a sorted list that can have duplicates. We're sorting by y-index because we want the lowest ones, the furthest, the highest numbers to be at the far end of the collection, because those will be rendered on top. It's an extra expense, but it's what we do it. Okay. Tell me what we're going to do. Give me the high level here. Okay, so we have currently, in order to render as we are until I get things working, we have 4 lists of entities. We have our master list of entities here in entities, a hash set of entities. This first iteration here is prepping 4 different lists because we need to break them apart by which texture they use. Then in this one, we're splitting them apart based on which texture they are. So we're still going to do... All right. All right. So we need to... We have a different collection then, don't we? System.link, thank you. Is there a special package I need for link with a Y, or is it link with an I? Okay. I would not put it past somebody to have, like, a cool, hipper version of Link that has a Y in it. Okay, we do not seem to have that. We got none of that. Well, the hash set has that kind of thing. It would generate an enumerable. Goodbye. Just be a group by. Okay, it needs to be an entity, and then it's going to be a float, and we pass in a function which is so I can't just group by. I need the function, which which is that one. Equal arrow. String. String. Okay. It's not a hash set entity. It is... okay. Let me... Yeah. I'm going to leave that for now. I get that it's smart enough to infer it, but I don't want to have to infer it every time. Okay, so we have a... We are getting a... You are calling out patterns that are going to kill me. That hurts my soul, man. But let's continue. All of the IntelliSense stuff you're seeing, Nicola, is usually some degree of AI. Okay, so we're going to do another little lambda here. Right. give us a... So now we have... an enumerator over a dictionary of what should be something split by the keys of the prior one, which would end up being the texture key. So then each of the elements of them need to be sorted based on their Y value. Oof. Okay. Select them. It's going to be based off of we're going to take in a key value pair, which will be the string of them. And that's ugly. Selector function. So now we have sadly, it has decided that it doesn't want to let me have a legible IntelliSense when we do it that way. We need a function that has the key value pair, which has the key of the string, and then, God. So we're doing group by, and that will cluster them into Okay, okay. So we're sorting the entire... It's sorted by Y order, then we group them based on their texture key. So now I have an enumerator over the collection, the dictionary of texture key to sorted list. Effectively, I've got this little guy here. Text not coming through. Ah. All of my tracking things are really unreliable. But hello, Levi. Welcome. For whatever reason, YouTube's event structure doesn't come through for just about any program. Now we need the key to that element in the enumerator. I mean, it racks my brain that it's a var. It's a enumerable I grouping of string entity. And you are... Yeah. Yeah, it's an easy air surface to mess up. Enumerator entity. Sweet. Could do it after. Okay. Okay, a little bit more expensive to do it this way. You can see we're fluctuating. But if you look top to bottom, so very wiggly. Okay, it's costing us up to 10 frames a second to Y-sort these. There might be some more optimization we can do here, but that's a good start. For one, we're not going to be dealing with the entities in the same way. We're not going to be fetching them from a hash set. Because the entity manager... Hey, Pizzazz! There's a word you don't hear a lot lately. Pizzazz. Moxie. Chutzpah. Though I do remember in a show called Metalocalypse, there was an episode where it was Zaz. Oh, I hate that. Insofar as it is part of common parlance at the moment, and the risk that it would become a way that people refer to things. Insofar as things like Skibbity and Sigma. Though, at the very least, Skibbity is a fun word. Like waffle. I'm just soaking this in for a moment. Okay. So now we're going to come up with one. This should only be 15. That. So for one, this is part of the wastefulness. No, this is showing the behavior patterns that are possible. Let's see here. Where is it hiding? So part of the gimmick of the game, and it is going to be a game like Vampire Survivors or Hollow Cure, is that your weaponry is built out of like modules instead of fixed elements, you know? There will be a very simple base weapon, but to show you what's going on, load entities. So right now, the way the blobs move is, to begin with, for the first 3 seconds of their existence, they move at about 5 blob widths upward. but just as they appear, they split into 125 blobs in a starburst, in a starburst of a starburst of a starburst. Then 3 seconds later, they move in a random direction, but are dragged at 1 blob width per second, but are dragged towards the cursor at 2. And they are moving along that path in a wave pattern, like a snake pattern. All the while, they are being dragged towards the center of the screen. Or at least the cursor position, but center of the screen. So this is the first 3 seconds. And now they're spiraling in, but that random direction and the consecutive spiral ins skew things very much. And now they're converging on the cursor, but those spiral ins are messing with the way that it flows. The center of those spirals is being dragged towards the cursor. So you can see some of them are like whirling in a group. Those are the individual spirals following the cursor. The whole loop is following the cursor. All right. So what we want to do now, we'll show this is the failed experiment, the canvas object, but we're going to bring this back for the mesh renderer. So each entity it can get pretty fractal if we let it run wild as far as different movement types. So this was the canvas one, and whenever an entity is created, the canvas renderer would create a corresponding entity canvas, which was the thing that it cared about. And then each one of those entities was essentially subscribing to an event that said, the entity moved. So I will change my position and facing. This whole thing is computationally more expensive, than what we're doing. So we won't be doing this one, but all kinds of opportunities for movements in this. I mean, we're not even to the point of compositing the elements into digestible bits, Because again, you wouldn't have a module that is just move in a wave. It would be move in a wave combined with a couple of other things that have a tangible look to them. You could describe what it's going to do just by the package, Look at our mesh renderer. How do I want to structure this? Okay, so these are all mesh instances. Just want to make sure that I don't have a naming conflict. So this is a multi-mesh instance 2D. multi-mesh instance 2Ds contain multi-meshes. And it's the multi-mesh that is the element. So this is an entity multi-mesh instance. All right, we'll call it a multi-mesh entity. There we go. Oh, let's see here. Public delegate void move mesh entity. Okay, so this has a public vector2 position. Facing. What else do we need from this? Wrapper position facing. Okay. And this gets an entity. At the time of creation, facing is entity.proposed. It's not really correct. No. We'll leave that for the time being. No. We're doing that for a reason. Get texture wrapper. Texture key. Forgot. Get texture is a specific one. Okay. Then we need a void on entity removed, I think. This leap right here is in case I need to do something specific within the multi-mesh entity to get rid of it. But otherwise it relays it along because the mesh renderer doesn't know about the entities. It only knows it only knows about the entities when they show up. There we go. We'll leave that for the time being. Have a entity manager. It's hanging out here somewhere. There we go. It has entity added. So this is where we're going to we create a multi-mesh entity using the entity, and we store it in some fashion that is going to help us during this. Then each of these multi-mesh entities will be, let's see here. That's the entities thing on entity position updated. So at the moment, this gives us everything that we need to render without any of the behavioral elements. If the entity doesn't call that it was updated, the multi-mesh entity doesn't change. So we have some sort of collection of multi-mesh entities that we need to add and remove from. So if we can figure out a way to mess with the shader such that I don't have to that I don't have to do extra iterations on all of them. Because this amounts to what? We've got n squared here. I mean, it could be a really optimized sort, but still we're looking at potentially worst case scenario, you know? And then we're going to break that apart, which isn't a big deal since it's just iterating over it. But that's n squared plus n at this point. Then we're going to do another n of iterating over all of them again. So we really need to sand this down because we don't even have collision yet. Hey, Jaguar. Welcome to the broadcast. We are doing pretty good. We're neck deep in computational complexity fiddling right now. It's still working, right? So we've got 15,000 blobs on screen, and we're actually doing some solid Y sorting with them. So they're not overlapping with each other in a weird way. Well, they're not on screen right now, but trust me, here they come. But it's costing us upwards of 15 frames a second to get this Y sorting. So we're looking at cropping that down hard so that we can get back up to a solid 60. Because we're still facing collision and navigation of the enemies left to go, and those are not going to be cheap either. We can mitigate it because there's not a lot of collision that we would expect, but right now, the two inputs are which texture they are, and that's just essentially a string at this point. We lose our key here. I don't want to have to care about the key. So let's say we're doing it by texture. Essentially, we have a texture and a Y coordinate. The texture is currently being used to split them apart based on which multi-mesh they go into. And then the Y order is the real sort. We have a list of entities, yes. At the moment, that's what we've got. Could we have them resort themselves? Like, every time they get updated, could we have them pop out of the list and pop back into the list sorted? I mean, it'd be like N every time. But it would mean we wouldn't have to resort it. That would be... We're already doing it every render frame. So if we only did it during the physics frame, whenever the actual sorts would happen, that might be still viable. Because then we would just need a sorted collection of... So fiddly. It's not like we're threading it that way. We kinda are, but since all of the operation is happening, it would just... Okay. So right now we're doing this all the time, but we don't actually need to iterate over them. If I want to maintain Y sorting, if we sort the entities, we still need to be able, it's with any of them, we need to be able to rip them back out by their identity. Like, I need to be able to say, get rid of that one, stop tracking that one. Right. So yeah, to get the Y sorting, I needs to be the Y coordinate ordering. Y sorting isn't a deal breaker. As long as this remains uniform and we don't get flickering, then we're okay. We can just add the special case that the player is either always on the bottom of the list, like they are always rendered first, or that the player is always on top of the list, always rendered last. Like, either they can be buried under monsters, or you can always see them, one way or the other. Jaguar, a great deal of this is a bit of stream of consciousness and learning as we go. as might be apparent, Tass and I are kind of bouncing ideas off of each other as we figure out ways to approach it. Don't worry if you don't know what we're talking about. If you have questions on other topics or anything like that, feel free to ask. And do not worry that you're interrupting. Because maybe that's the thing that we should approach first. If we can at least first get rid of... Right now they're a hash set, Taz. That's entity. Our hash set. We technically have a queue of them, but that's not the one we're interacting with. The queue is so that we don't mess with the entity collection at the same time. Or at least, we don't risk messing with it. Would maintain the core list and prevent us from having to worry about messing with that list. Because removing it would be a hassle as far as the sorted list. Like, adding and removing is the more expensive part in that operation. But if we were to have the entity manager could surface that. But it doesn't need to. The entity manager doesn't care about that. We're probably going to be removing a lot. Right now, we aren't. But... So anything we can do... For removal of entities, let's say X of them get wiped out during a physics frame. What's actually going to happen is that we're going to toss those in a bucket, and then the next time the global physics frame comes around again, the entity manager is going to go through and parse that list and say, get rid of these before it goes on and does things like update positions or anything like that. So they'll get purged before we do any sort of calculations on them, but we might be rendering at the same time. So there is a delay there, but that doesn't really matter because the physics processing is going to intervene periodically and hop over. So if we maintain a sorted list over here on the mesh render side, we would have two things. We would have our list of entities. A sorted dictionary would be awesome. If I could still grab it by like an identity as well as it being essentially sorted based on another value, But if we look at it from a reference perspective, resorting it is a matter of find it in the sorted collection. Do we have a sorted dictionary? Ooh. Because then what I can do is every time an entity changes its position in the mesh renderer, I can find it, pop it out, and put it back in. Because if I have it indexed by name, the removal is super fast. Indexed by, itself. And then the sorting is just n. So, it's a bit more than n. Because indexing tends to be pretty speedy. Yeah. Aw. Well, that's no good. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, it's the finding it in the sorted list would be the messy part. Alright, what I may do is do a little bit more research on the other angle of this, and that's trying to get all of them in one list so that I just have to iterate over them for the purposes of the rendering. So let's setting aside Y sorting for the moment, can I get all of them rendering in a single pass instead of having to do the group by key kind of thing? Because if we can get rid of that, then that's one iteration over the render list that I don't need to do each time. Because even if I limit it to when an entity enters or leaves, that can be happening like multiple times a second, or will be happening multiple times a second, effectively. You know, imagine Hollow Cure or something where you have an entire allotment of weapons fully upgraded with the late game monster swarms. There will be many things per second. It won't be as bad as I'm hammering it right now, but if we can handle the kind of catastrophe curve area, then we can handle regular use. So let's see if I can get the texture handling into the shader. And if I can get that into the shader with some extra fiddling to make it so that I can handle larger textures than what we've got, kind of thing. Entities that are bigger or smaller kind of handling. If I can get rendering for that to work as part of like shader, then we should be in pretty good shape. But I'll have to poke that. So with that said, we're wrapping up for the day. We did a big experiment. And that is the canvas render. I wanted to revisit that because that was an optimization that I've seen previously, but it just doesn't perform as well as we need it to. Is it better than sprites? Yes, it's a little better than sprites, and you can make it more optimal than I was doing. But at the numbers that we're dealing with, we're still messing with lots of individual things. And the strength of the mesh renderer is that it's one big blobby pass all at once. It's just one giant stamp that it's doing, as opposed to a bunch of little micro operations. So we save a lot on rendering if we use this thing. If we can optimize it further, then we'll keep saving, and all of the cost now moves into collision and navigation. Navigation isn't 100% required, but we need something in there to keep all of the enemies from consolidating on top of each other. It doesn't look as cool. So a little bit more research on the shaders and some further refinement on mesh renderer, and then we can apply that same general pattern to collision handling. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good time watching today. If you did like what you see and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, and subscribe so that you can see more. It helps the channel grow, and it will make it so that the various platforms are usually able to serve it up to you more easily. If you'd like to support the channel financially, you can do so through YouTube subscriptions, YouTube memberships, as well as Patreon and Ko-fi. Links are in my bio. With all of that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.